Colleagues, we're going to begin our VTA meeting in 5 minutes. We have a few folks that are coming in, so to make sure everybody's here. So 5 minutes? Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call our VTA board meeting.
Recording in progress.
Now I'm going to call our meeting to order. Welcome all to the VTA Board of Directors regular meeting of Thursday, February 1st. And I'm just going to do a couple of safety reminders, particularly for those of you who are new to the building. Please make sure you know where your nearest exit is. Our nearest AED is by the public table in the back of the chambers. In the restrooms are just outside the double doors and to your left. And in the unlikely event that we need to evacuate, our assembly area is the plaza outside of the building's double doors, straight out in this direction. I'd like to welcome all of you. I'm excited to see you here today. And those who would like to address the board are encouraged to complete a blue speaker card. And we have staff that can help you fill those out if necessary. Please submit the completed card to the board office staff, and they will raise their hands so everybody knows where they are. All right. So we got two folks. All right. Virtual attendees can use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 if you're dialing in. We will be inviting those who attended in Zoom, who attend in person to speak first, followed by those on Zoom. Colleagues, as a reminder, please keep your mics muted until you're ready to speak. It sometimes causes a little feedback in this old chambers. And if you wish to speak, just please raise your hand. Sergio and I will be looking for hands as we go through the day. So now I'm going to orders of the day. Oh, I'm sorry, roll call.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Abe Koga? Abe Koga is here. Blankley?
Here.
Burt? Here. Cohen? Davis?
Here.
Dean? Foley?
Here.
Foley? Jane? Jane is here. Kamei?
Here.
Lee?
Present.
Liang? Liang is present. Lopez?
Here.
Mahan? Montano?
Here.
Montano is present. Rennie? Torres?
Here.
Turner? Chairperson Chavez?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to go to orders of the day, and I'm going to remove from the agenda item 4.1, and this is a resolution of necessity for VTA's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 project. An agreement has been reached with the property owner. The staff is recommending that we place item 7.3, the Public Transportation Agency Safety Plan, on the consent calendar. And then we have a request to place item 6.4, the resolution to amend our administrative code, on our regular agenda. Did I miss anything from any of my colleagues or staff? Seeing none, if I could see if there are any public speakers on this item?
No hands raised, Madam Chair.
All right, we'll close the public comment. May I get a motion?
Move approval.
Motion, thank you, from Foley.
Second.
From Montano.
Montano.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes unanimously. Next, we're going to go to item 2, and this is the recognition of employees and employees and supervisor for the first quarter. Elaine, are there any requests to speak on this item? Elaine, is this the one you wanted to speak on? Yes. All right. Wait, we just have to make sure that's the mic's on. That's ironic that you're there. And the mic.
Thank you, Thalia.
There you go.
Good evening, board members. I just wanted to take this opportunity to give a shout out to some of the people that I lean on and my team lean on for our work supporting the board and the committees. First is Dago. Dago is actually one of the people that I always text, whether it's hot in B106 or it's cold in B106. I need an extra chair. I need an extra table. He's always there like this. Also, I'd like to shout out Nico. Where is he? Nico. And he's also been very helpful to our team. Whenever we need something delivered to the board, he's always on it. So thank you, you guys, and you deserve this. And congratulations to the other awardees. 40 seconds.
And she was so clever, she didn't start her time when she went over, so well done. Well done. So now I'm going to turn this over to Janie Berry, who's our Deputy Director of Human Resources, and you are going to introduce our honorees tonight.
Good evening, Chairperson Chavez and members of the board. I'm Janie Berry, Deputy Director of Human Resources, and I'm very happy to be here tonight to recognize and acknowledge and introduce our recipients of the Employees and Supervisor of the First Quarter. And first up is Nico Corpus. Nico's a mail and warehouse worker and is in the Administration Award winner for the first quarter. Corpus has been a valued VTA employee for 8 years. During that time, Nico has served respectively as a mail and warehouse worker since 2015. Corpus's colleagues note that he is courteous and greets his peers with calm despite managing multiple tasks simultaneously. Nico manages the mail delivery for all of the yards with grace and is a kind and diligent coworker to his peers. Congratulations to Nico Corpus, Administration Employee, the first quarter, 2024. Next employee of the quarter is Russell Hill, bus operator of Serona. Russell is the Operations Award winner for the first quarter. Hill has been a valued VTA employee for over 20 years. Throughout Hill's career at VTA, he has served diligently as a bus operator, primarily serving out of the Seroni division since 2000. Hill's colleagues note that he is a helpful and considerate peer and gives back to his colleagues as an active JWI mentor. Hill is known to be a positive and cheerful presence to his peers as well as his passengers. Congratulations to Russell Hill, Operations Employee of the first quarter 2024. Our next awardee is Dagoberto Ponce. Dago's a general maintenance mechanic and is the Maintenance Award winner for the first quarter. Ponce has been a valued employee for VTA for 15 years. Ponce started his career at VTA in 2008 as a light rail maintenance worker. He also worked in the transit center maintenance and bus stop maintenance prior to starting his current role as general maintenance mechanic in facilities in 2016. Ponce's colleagues note that he is a reliable and diligent in his work. He manages multiple priorities and is always a helpful and friendly presence. Congratulations to Dago. And our last recipient is Michael Rivera. Michael's the Office Support Supervisor and is the Supervisor Award winner for the first quarter. Rivera has been a valued employee at VTA since 2019. Rivera started his career at VTA in 2019 as an office and timekeeping technician. Throughout his tenure at VTA, Rivera has served in various roles in timekeeping, payroll, and office management, and served in a variety of the yards. Rivera's colleagues note that he is a hard worker and is always ready to help others. He treats his colleagues with respect and is known to teach and support others where he can. Congratulations to Michael Rivera, Supervisor of the first quarter 2022. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Let's give these folks another big round of applause. Thank them so much. We appreciate you being here, and we're so grateful to family and friends who came out as well. You are the heartbeat of this organization, so thank you and congratulations. Next, we're going to go to public comment, and this is an opportunity to speak to an item that is within the purview of this committee, but not on the agenda today. And do we have any cards? Oh, thank you. Jim Stallman. Welcome.
Jim Stallman, I live at Saratoga. I'm requesting that VTA assign professional staff to Bird Dog and make sure that the UP Railroad Vasona spur gets rail banked. UP will be filing an application of abandonment. They won't say when, they may not even know when, but they will certainly not tell the local agencies. It's very difficult dealing with UP, but VTA's been having to deal with UP for many years, so maybe even Nuria could help with this, but the application will go to the Federal Railroad Administration in Washington, D.C., and a professional is going to be needed to make sure that spur gets rail banked. Thank you.
Thank you. And then James Whitman.
This is James Whiteman. I'd like to just thank you for your service changes. They were wonderful for January. Okay, I was on the bus 500 yesterday, and I witnessed an incident about people doing racial slurs. This guy was just being real bad, doing racial slurs, and the driver never stopped and pulled him over to tell him to get out of the bus. When you see any racial slurs or something like that, the driver needs to stop the bus and tell that guy to get off the bus. If you don't, I will call security. What else? I'd like to thank your customer service people. They're doing real good. And downtown customer service center, Paul, everybody, they're doing a nice job. I think what you guys should do for the Super Bowl is maybe extend your service, like on light rail and stuff like that.
I'm going to ask Talia, do we have any speakers that are joining us remotely?
Yes, there are 2 requests to speak. Eugene, you may begin speaking when ready.
Board members and staff, Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. Unfortunately, some work issues have prevented me from joining you in person tonight. Quick word about image that I want to give. Lately, there's been some news about VTA that they haven't been real forthright with the public regarding BART, and now the issue with used and now retired paratransit vehicles. Everybody at VTA is responsible for the public image, and sadly, all this offsets some of the great work you've done with returning service, returning ridership, and even ensuring that we're financially stable, even as agencies like BART, UNI, AC Transit are due to run out of money to run their buses and trains. Let's do better. One way to do better, where legally possible, make sure that you're open and honest with people, with the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Next speaker will be Anne Marie. You may begin speaking when ready.
VTA has spent millions of dollars on workplace culture change while doing little to nothing about the toxic masculinity running amok in management at North Yard Maintenance. Many, both men and women, have been retaliated against for filing complaints against management. When complaints have been filed with the Office of Civil Rights, the person was victim shamed and made to feel the situation did not violate their rights to a safe workplace. When employees are talking about and coming to work feeling unsafe, there is a problem. Lower level management needs to be held accountable for their actions and false information they're providing to upper management. If VTA indeed wants the dialogue between management and labor to change, management must change their behavior towards labor. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne Marie. That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Thalia. I'm going to close the public comment time, and I'm going to move on now to item 5.1. Item 4.1 was removed from the agenda. These are committee reports, and I'm going to turn it over, I think, to the Citizens Advisory Committee. Advisory Committee Chairperson's report will be provided by the newly elected CAC Chair, Ryan. Oh, Ryan, welcome.
I'm here. Thank you. Good evening, Chair Chavez, Vice Chair Lopez, General Manager Ganote, and members of the board. So my name is Ryan Globus. Like Chair Chavez mentioned, I was recently elected to the chair position, and our previous chair, Howard Miller, was elected to vice chair. So we kind of swapped positions. So first, we had a few items on our agenda in January. The first was we got an update from Crow LLP, which is our independent auditor in our Citizens Watchdog capacity. And so they gave us a presentation outlining their plans for their audit of the 2000 Measure A sales tax. And we're looking forward to their work, both to make sure that we respect the will of the 2,000 voters, as well as ensuring trust for future revenue measures that VTA may need. We also heard an update on the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, or the CAP, which is on your agenda tonight, item number 7.1, I believe. This was our second time. We also got an update on that in the fall and provided some feedback to staff. And we were really impressed with the outreach that they did to the community, as well as the potential for land use improvements to reduce vehicle miles traveled and improve transit ridership. And so the CAC unanimously recommended the CAP, and we hope that you approve it tonight. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ryan? No, but congratulations, Chairman. All right, there's no report for 5.1B, and the report for 5.1C, this is the Standing Committee's report, is in our packets. The report from the Eastridge to BART Regional Connector Policy Advisory Board is also in the packet. And for 5.1E, this is the Ad Hoc Committee Chairperson's report, and I'm going to turn that over to Pat Burt.
Thank you. So because of the importance of the work this committee is doing, I wanted to provide an oral summary in addition to the written summary that everyone has in their report. So basically, the committee took several actions when they last met. And I think that these are really going to frame the future way in which the public and the board receives its vital information, and that staff was very receptive to these guidelines and directives, and that I think it's going to be a sound foundation for moving forward. So the first was that the PMOC reports, which are the reports that the FTA consulting body does independently already on behalf of the FTA, that really informs the FTA of what they believe to be the status of the project and critical risk issues. They're really in-depth, important reports that have been a lot of what has, it's really been the primary instigation of adjustments to the cost over the last several years. So those reports are now going to be made fully available, not only to the board, but to the public upon receipt. All project reports and contracts will be on the project website for public access. The committee is going to be an ongoing committee And so it's no longer going to be titled an ad hoc committee, because this project is going to continue for many years, and the critical board oversight will be ongoing. And then there's going to be, by staff, an updated project plan, including milestones and critical paths that will be just continually updated for the committee. In addition, we've requested and will receive a member of the joint venture that is our contract consultants, which is HNTB and WSB. A member of their project team will attend committee meetings and be there to respond to questions. And there will be detailed written reports to the committee in addition to slide presentations. So we're going to have full written reports. We're going to have reporting on billing procedures and change order processes, and then different mechanisms to understand the monthly contract deliverables. So we really understand what's being delivered by these contractors on a monthly basis. And in addition, we had a lot of discussion about how we can really assure that we're going to have the transparency that the staff has committed to and that the board is seeking. And part of that was really upon reflection of what had gone on. And in part, it's been that our staff and our consultants have been hesitant to provide updates on things that they didn't have facts on yet, that they weren't clear and decided. And what we've really conveyed is that we want to have updates and disclosure based upon their current knowledge level, what they think in some cases before they know clear answers of a clear number. But if it's moving in a direction, we want to do that. And one of the updates we received from Tom McGuire, our Chief Mega Projects Officer, was based upon just the week before, they had had a 3-day intensive session with the PMOC and 2 FTA representatives. And Tom shared that he believes that the 12.2 plus billion estimate will in all likelihood be adjusted as a result of that meeting, and it'll probably go up some. And he doesn't know the number yet, but that was a heads up, and I think it was really appreciated that that's candid. That's the sort of direction that we're all looking for, and it basically goes into an approach of no surprises. So that's the thrust of what the committee did. We have our next meeting coming up shortly, where on February 8th, we'll be reviewing the Auditor General's risk assessment plan. We're going to review a report from the project team on the status, because we covered so much that our mega projects director could only give an abbreviated report at this meeting, last meeting. And then we're going to discuss the communications plan for the whole BART Phase 2, and finally accept the revised committee work plan. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Pam?
Thank you, and thank you for the report. I think with this ad hoc / steering committee, the work that you're doing is really critical. But I'm mindful that some of the representatives on the steering committee are terming out. So can you tell me who, I forgot who's made up that committee, and I'm also wondering if there is a succession plan for the future leadership, because having people in that leadership train, it would really be helpful, because what you're doing is so critical and important. And I don't want to lose the knowledge that you all have.
Yep. Well, that's been very much part of the discussion. I don't know if Chair Chavez would like to speak to kind of the direction we're heading on that?
Yes, so Yeah, and that actually speaks to an item that's going to come, that we just pulled off consent earlier, which we'll get a chance to talk a little bit more about. But one of the things that we tried to do with the committee was to leave 3 people who would be terming off, and then the rest of the committee are folks who will still be on the board. So I think there are a total of 6 of us. And the idea being that we wanted to make sure that we were transferring as much information as possible. And one other thing, again, we'll talk about it in just a moment, but we are trying to make sure that in the past, the chair and the vice chair have been a part of a lot of different discussions. We're also making sure that the former chair is part of those discussions. And Sergio is invited to more than he wants to be invited to right now, because again, it's not just the board members, but those that are in leadership positions that really we need to make sure are really kept up to date. One other thing I'll just add is that I did ask the staff earlier at an earlier meeting to make sure that we're sending out the links to the meeting to the entire board, because they're very, very informative. And even while you're doing something else, to get a chance to listen in. And because of the Brown Act, not everybody can attend, and we have to be very careful about not, not making decisions, serially. But I do think it's a way for us to dive deeper. And then one other point I'll just add is that in the past, we've used our workshop times. We schedule them with all of you at very, like a few a year. And we save them, and then we cancel them if we don't have something urgent. But we'll be using those to make sure that we're bringing the entire board up to date on what we're learning, and prioritizing that so that the board, all those folks that will be remaining will really understand as much as we understand about the project.
That's great. I'm really happy to hear that you've got this plan in place and will be implementing it and informing us through the workshops and other things. I think that's great. That answers my concerns, because you have so much knowledge. I know it's you. Is it you? I know it's you, Pat. Is it you too, Dev? I forget who else is on it.
Deb, yeah.
Oh, so 3. The most knowledgeable people on the dais are terming out. So we don't want to lose that knowledge, and having that transition to someone is great. Thank you for thinking about
Well,
it.
and in addition to that transition being very deliberate, we had also been discussing having 1 or more ex officio members of the committee who are not board members. And so we'll have in the coming months need to look at would we want a former board member or board members to continue on as ex officio members?
Great, thank you.
Thank you. All good?
Anybody else? All right. Next, as part of our report section, I think, Carolyn, we go right over to you.
Good evening. I just have a few items to share this evening. First, I want to call attention to a new VTA pin that was just created in honor of Black History Month, which is this month. And we have these for any employees who want them, as well as any board members. And I don't think we have any here tonight, correct? But we will get them to all the board members as well. But just to let you know. In our creative services department, actually, they do a great job, and this is one of the pieces they did. Next slide is really preparing for 2026. If you don't know, Super Bowl 60 and FIFA World Cup is here, just 2 years away, and we're starting right now to prepare for the major events. Now we're working closely with the Bay Area Host Committee. But one of the things that happened this last month was our Safety and Security Division held a tabletop exercise on January 18th in collaboration with our emergency management consultant, and to examine our internal capabilities to handle these big events and figure out where we need to refine our safety and security procedures. And we're collaborating with multiple state, local, and federal agencies as we get closer to the event to make sure that our riders are safe and that we actually have efficient service to Levi Stadium as well and around Santa Clara County. We're going to hold multiple exercises, including a full-scale scenario, to ensure that we have all the resources and knowledge needed to handle with what we expect. I do expect, we've done a Super Bowl before, but FIFA is going to be a lot different, and because they will be centered here in Santa Clara County, they will be promoting the use of transit in all their venues, and particularly in this county. And I think recently there was a meeting with the host committee. Derek Calhoun represents us, and he actually was the only transportation provider at that meeting that they asked with everybody else to talk about the event. So we are very plugged in, but I really appreciate all the work. And, you know, even this tabletop exercise got a lot of media coverage throughout the Bay Area, letting them know that we are preparing. Next, I want to talk about a podcast that we did for APTA, and it was featuring our Joint Workforce Investment Program on a nationally broadcast podcast, which is available on the LinkedIn page. Derek Calhoun, our Chief Operating Officer, and the JWI leads, Steve Jovel and Harpreet Singh, who represented ATU 265, were interviewed about the importance of having mentors for our frontline workers and how our Joint Workforce Investment Program works. This program, as you know, is a collaboration between ATU 265 and VTA management, and it really gives our frontline workers an opportunity to take part in the decisions about how to provide the best transit service possible. So I do want to let people know, if you get a chance to listen to this, we're very proud of our program. We're a model for most of the nation for for the Joint Workforce Investment Program. Then moving into the operator graduations, these are our newer operators for light rail. They graduated on January 24th. These employees actually played a crucial role in getting all the 49er fans tuned from the stadium this past weekend. So they were already out there in their service, and we really thank them for their dedication. And as always, we always invite you to the board, to the graduations as well. Any board members welcome to attend. The last slide is Winchester Transit-Oriented Development, and tomorrow we will be announcing a new partnership with Related California and Path Adventures to build 90 affordable housing units on what is now the Park and Ride lot at the Winchester Light Rail Station in Campbell. VTA is hosting a press conference tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. to provide more details about that, and that press conference will be live streamed on the Facebook page. So, and going into 5.2a, the government affairs update is in your packet, and the ridership and security statistics are in the online packet. So that concludes my report.
Great. Any questions for Carolyn before I go to public comment? None? All right. So thank you. This is a lot of, I'm super, super excited about the housing too. That's fantastic. And congratulations to our new light rail operators. That is really wonderful. I know we need them, and wherever they are, say thank you. And the JWI work is amazing. So I want to just remind everybody that, well, let's take public comment, and then I'll do my reminder.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I just wanted to note for the record, we did not have any request to speak for item 5.1, committee reports, and I did not receive any request to speak for item 5.2, general manager's report. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know the government affairs is in everybody's packet, yeah? Okay. All right. Well, with that, I'm going to close the public comment. There's no vote on this, so we're going to move on to our next item. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the report. Do we know when we're going to get the playoff numbers? Or
The ridership numbers?
ridership numbers? Thank you.
Derek,
Yes.
do you know what the numbers are
Besides a lot?
for this weekend?
I just want to say I was one of those riders. I went to the divisional game, so my voice is still shot from yelling at Green Bay Packers.
Forgive Derek, he's a Raiders fan.
Oh my gosh, tough crowd.
Then I'm not going to believe the numbers. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Go ahead and say it publicly, but yes, I am a Raider fan. So I know our first initial ridership was around 7,000, almost 8,000, and then at the end with the egress, it was close to almost 9,000. So it's pretty good. So, but get ready for FIFA.
That's a whole different.
FIFA is going to be large.
Great. No, I really want to thank our VTA staff. I felt safe. It had been maybe since college since I last took lightwear or public transportation, but I went with my friends to the game, and staff was efficient. The trains were efficient. The line to get home was long, but that's good because people are taking public transportation. But I took forever to get home. Yeah.
Thank you for writing. We appreciate it.
So next I'm going to move to 5.3, and this is my report. So I have just 2 items I want to report. Earlier this evening, VTA's newly formed group, Women Innovating Transit, was featured on NBC Bay Area's feature segment, Bay Area Proud. For our board members and staff who are here tonight, instead of home watching TV, staff is going to send the link out so you get a chance to see it. The WIT group is a networking and support group for the frontline women employees, one of the first, if not the first, in the nation. So congratulations. That's Shannon, where are you? Who started it? Give her a round of applause, Shannon. Good job. Thank you for that leadership. And on APTA, we have some other good news about our marketing and communication efforts. VTA has won 4 first-place awards from the American Public Transportation Association for efforts to increase ridership, promote safety and education, and educate the public about issues like human trafficking awareness. And I just want to say to the comms team, I don't know if our marketing team is here today, but let's give them a round of applause. Oh, there they are. Let's give them a round of applause as well. That is very, very good work. And lastly, we get to swear in a new board member. So if David Cohen would like to come up. All eyes on David. Yes. And Omar's going to make a comment while David's walking up.
More like a comment, you're right. So I really want to thank Manolo, because we are having some issues with billboards along the East Santa Clara Street corridor and what was formerly called the East Santa Clara Street Business Association. Manolo is working with now it's called the East Village Business Association on the billboards because they keep getting vandalized.
Great.
So thank you, Manolo.
Thank you. All right.
Please raise your right hand.
I, David Cohen, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Yay, congratulations. Welcome. So I'm going to see if there are any public comments on my item. I realize I need to go back and do that. All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment component of this. And we're going to move on to our consent agenda, which are items 6.1 through 6. Got it. 6.1 through 6.3, and then 6.5 through 6.10, and 7.3. May I have a motion on those? You have a question on do you want to pull it? Okay. You want to pull 6.1? Okay, so this is a motion for 6.2, 6.3, 6.5 to 6.10, and 7.3. May I have a motion?
Second.
We have I'm sorry, I missed you. Thank you. All right, you got it? All right. And now we're going to go to comments on consent.
Just very brief comment, not going to pull the item, but congratulations to Allie for her appointment to the CAC. She reached out to me over a year ago with a complaint. We had a very long discussion. At the end, I said, you should, go ahead and apply to the Citizens Advisory Committee, and she did. So very glad to see her there, very passionate about transit.
That's great. Thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'm going to go to public comment.
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised in Zoom for the consent agenda, which is 6.2 to 6.3, 6.5 to 610, and 7.3.
Any online? No? Okay, so we're going to close the public comment period. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes unanimously. Now, I apologize for not remembering this. We take, I just was wondering if we take what you pull off consent first and then we go to regular agenda and then consent. Okay, so that means we're going to go to item 7.1, and this is our Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. The item was presented to the SSTPO committee last week, and staff updated the report to address members' comments. And we are going to have Lanny Ho, Senior Environmental Planner, and Patty Boone Liu, Environmental Planner 2, will provide a brief presentation on this item.
Thank you, Chair. Before we begin, I want to express my gratitude to Directors Burt and Jane for their leadership and for meeting with me individually. Thank you for your helpful feedback and support on this important work. So Patty and I are pleased to be here with the recommendation from VTA's advisory and standing committees to adopt the CAP. The Climate Action and Adaptation Plan represents VTA's first comprehensive look at the climate crisis and the county's first look at climate change through the transportation lens specifically. Funding for this work was provided by Caltrans through the FY 21-22 Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant.
The CAP addresses climate change mitigation and adaptation. It includes specific actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and prepare for climate change impacts such as flooding, extreme heat, and wildfire occurring now and in the future. These actions and supporting analysis were informed by community input gathered in 2022 and 2023, including input from VTA's advisory and standing committees.
As the largest contributor of California's GHG emissions, the transportation sector must up its game to tackle climate change. Through a robust analysis based on science and experience, we have found that the actions with the greatest potential to measurably reduce GHG emissions are those related to improving transit, promoting sustainable land use patterns and development decisions that spur mode shift, and cleaner vehicles, including zero-emission buses, cars, and trucks. Achieving carbon neutrality will require ongoing partnership to coordinate and accelerate actions across multiple scales and sectors. VTA facilities, light rail system, bus routes, and other assets are highly vulnerable to climate impacts, especially flooding, as shown in the pictures to the right, and extreme heat. Climate change will impact VTA operations by causing service disruption, limited access to facilities, increased maintenance, staffing challenges, and public health and safety impacts.
VTA will establish a climate action working group to guide the implementation process of actions identified in the CAP. These actions are included in Appendix E. Actions will be prioritized and further refined with input from the working group. Monitoring and reporting of the implementation status will be folded into VTA's existing annual sustainability reporting process. Collaboration with member agencies, partners, and the community, especially youth and students, will be ongoing.
This collaboration has led to meaningful conversations with high school and college students about the future of our planet and our people. And we look forward to continuing this work with a deep resolve and passion. Thank you for your time and consideration. We are available to answer any questions. I also wanted to note that Eric DeCock from Ascent Environmental is also on the line and available to answer questions if needed.
So let me turn to my colleagues. Well, first, let me see if there are any comments from the public, and then I'll come to my colleagues.
There are no requests to speak, Madam Chair, in the in-person location and in Zoom.
We do have we have a, Elaine found a couple of them. Okay, no problem. Thank you. I'm going to invite up Jordan and Hao Jin. Welcome.
Jordan Moldow from San Jose. Many fantastic measures are in this plan. Thanks for creating and adopting these. With winter storms, river trails are the first commuting systems to become impassable for cyclists and the last to be mitigated. The dock addresses communications, but not detours or mitigations. You should prioritize region-wide tolling and should modify TL 121 so that express lanes are not built via highway widenings. All widenings increase capacity, VMT, and emissions. Express lanes should only be implemented via conversion of general lanes. You should work with the state to make this the only build option for such projects. I wish these policies pushed harder on visionary mode shifts. In the future, I advise you to adopt a variant of CalBike's People First Mobility Budget. Such a budget would massively invest in public and active transportation and defund car capacity and congestion projects. Finally, please replace language like advocate for funding with stronger language such as seek funding. Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah, come on up.
Is your mic? This is the mic? Okay.
Yeah, it's right built in.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. I would also like to voice my support for the adoption of the CAP plan with the following edits. So for item GHGTL 2.1.3, I echo what Jordan said about using stronger language such as seek adequate funding instead of advocate for adequate funding, because I remember last board meeting, Pat said the same thing about the legislative program, if you remember. And for item GHGTL 1.2.1, I recommend a minor adjustment to reducing VMT and GHG emissions while also managing travel demand and improving reliability to include potential alternative and reliable travel options such as transit and bike, so as to not do it only with winding lanes. And for item ADCC 1.10, the BPAC actually advised the commitment to work collaboratively with member agencies in the Santa Clara Valley Water District to refine best practice related to emergency and routine trail closures, detours, and reopening, but it's not there. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have a hand raised in Zoom. Thalia?
Great, thank you.
Betsy, please accept the unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Hi, good evening. This is Betsy Magus. I am a member of the VTA BPAC speaking for myself. Santa Clara County declared a climate emergency in 2019. Emergency. To keep an emergency from becoming a catastrophe requires swift, decisive, and flexible response. Yet 35% of the county's greenhouse gas emissions come from passenger vehicle miles traveled, nearly twice the next largest category. Electric cars reduce some of that burden, but do not improve traffic congestion, traffic safety, land use, or option cannot drive or choose not to. Please make this climate plan a first step, not the last. Let this plan grow, evolve, and improve as our county does. Above all, commit to implement this plan. Let 2.8 million people become less dependent on their cars and prevent a climate emergency from becoming a climate catastrophe. Please support this plan. Thank you.
There are no more hands raised, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public comment period here, and I'm going to look to my colleagues to see if there are any comments or questions. Seeing none to my left, any to my right. Pat.
Thank you. Well, first I want to really commend the team that has developed this plan. This is our first comprehensive climate plan, and it's a good, strong program. One question is, on what frequency do we plan to update it?
I hope that can be determined with the Climate Action Working Group.
Okay. And one of the things that we discussed is, like most climate plans that exist to date, it goes up to what are called Scope 2 emissions. And so it's from our operations and everything that's in the plan. Scope 3 includes indirect emissions. It's really things that we purchase. When we have massive capital programs like the BART Phase 2 project and the East Ridge Light Rail project, those are a couple of the biggest concrete projects in our county's history. And concrete is 7% or so of global emissions. So even though we don't yet have in this plan a policy on how we address the carbon content of the concrete that we use, that's something that is now emerging in the field. And our city, for instance, adopted a policy based upon one that was developed by Marin County just a couple years ago that says that we will use the best commercially available, feasible, low-carbon technologies. And this whole field of low-carbon concrete is evolving very rapidly. So it's dynamic. What is the best available today is not what's going to be next year. But I would really encourage us in our next plan, and before we start pouring concrete on these massive projects, that we look at adopting a policy in the next year on that. And when we look at transit, we say transit is critical to reducing GHGs as well as all the social benefits that we have. But the payback on transit projects of reducing it from the operation and the car trips and using electrified systems rather than petroleum-based is partly how rapidly do we pay back the concrete and the carbon in the concrete that we poured. So calculating that's going to be really important for us to understand the net benefit environmentally of our projects. It's not an easy solution. It's something that's dynamic, but something that I think is very important that we include going forward. Thanks.
I want to express my gratitude to staff for all the hard work on this. It's really couldn't be more thrilled. And at the same time, as others have said, I hope this will be a really strong starting point and launching pad for future work. Look forward to future discussions, whatever the appropriate cadence ends up being of further updates. But we know there will be a need for updates. And also just wanted to express my strongest support for what Pat just said about the concrete in particular being a real opportunity that doesn't come around very often to really look at our impact there, in line with the kind of trends and evolving science right now in that field. I'd also like to express my interest in updating some of the language that the public commenters identified, which I appreciate, specifically of changing advocate to seek. I do think that would be appropriate tonight. I think is in line with the rest of our feedback and discussions, similar discussions that we've had. But otherwise, just want to express my strongest support and excitement about this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm coming back over here. Otto and then Carmen.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So want to thank staff for this good work for CAP. I do have one small question, which is trying to understand the reasoning behind the SSTPO's recommending that the VTA should consider the greenhouse gas emissions by passenger mile as opposed to total emissions, especially in light of the fact that obviously there are more electric cars, and which is a good thing, right? And they'll have no emissions. I don't understand the rationale behind that change.
If I may defer to Director Burt to answer that question, I think the recommendation came from him.
There you go.
So basically, when we look at what's the impact and both the emissions and the emission avoidance that we do through transit, if we run a bunch of empty buses, even electric buses that are nearly empty, that has far less benefit than if they have more passengers in them. in the end, what we're talking about is how our transit system is replacing passenger vehicles with much more efficient transit. But the metric isn't how many buses we run that are low emission. It's how many miles we transport people with low emissions. And so there are several different metrics that would be valuable, but I think this is actually probably the most significant one when we look at how effective are we at moving people at low GHG emissions.
Thank you. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question. Thank you, team, for this climate change action plan. One of the questions that I have, I didn't see educational, I'm recommending an educational plan for students, specifically high school students and college students, to take mass transit. I didn't, like a campaign to have them reduce taking their cars to school, so that way we can also incorporate that into this plan. So I'm recommending that you add that in there. I didn't see that in here.
Thank you. I know our marketing team does a lot of outreach with colleges and groups, so.
Yeah, because you know, as I mentioned before, we need to start conditioning our students to take mass transit, take the buses, take light rail, and then because this reduces congestion, it also reduces our carbon footprint. But I didn't see in the next steps here, I didn't see, you know, some kind of campaign. Is that part of the marketing that you're talking about? And then how aggressive are you going to be as well?
Thank you for the comment. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I would like to see that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
What I'm going to ask, if we can have a motion made, I should have done that sooner, but if we can have a motion made in a second, and then just I want to be crisp about what got recommended or requested of you.
I'll move the approval of the climate plan.
Great. We have a second? And we have a second from Sergio. So what I heard was adoption of the language, some of the language that was represented by our speakers, particularly as it related to need, seek versus advocacy. I totally agree with that. We should be more demanding. And then I think the point that Mayor Montano is making that I just want to reinforce is that as we are doing work to get more folks to ride public transit, I think younger people in particular really do understand better than some of the older people up here the importance of public transit. But I think the question would be, and I would just say this as part of this, if the marketing team, as they come back with ridership strategies, can make sure they lift up this one specifically. And Carmen, you've raised this before, and I think it's just an excellent point that I don't want to miss.
And I just wanted to ask a question about that. I'd be interested, I fully support that, couldn't agree more that it's a real opportunity and it's key right now. I wouldn't want to be so prescriptive as to say, hey, SB this campaign. I'd like to give staff the guidance and have them come back, and it may include a campaign, may go beyond that, but I don't want to just kind of check a box and then say, hey, we did a campaign, we put something up on social media, you know, but really give the appropriate level of direction to think broader.
And that is what I intended, and really just to say to the marketing team, as presentations come to the board about strategies, just being able to highlight this. The other piece I wanted to raise is that the county, working with a collaborative of the cities, is doing very interesting work that we frankly should leverage. It shouldn't really just be, you know, VTA's dollars, but really doing much more coordinated work relative to some of the other issues that were raised. And I'm sure you're already part of that collaborative. Yes. And so when there's future reports out, I just think detailing a little bit more about how VTA is plugging into those collaboratives, because that really just demonstrates the leverage that we're going to get from the good work that you're doing. And then one last point, and that is that I think this issue around procurement strategies is something that a number of organizations are really diving into right now. And I'm not suggesting you come back with a specific procurement strategy, but I think being able to understand enough about everything from what's best available technology, like how that's considered, to what other agencies, particularly agencies that are in the transit world, are thinking about relative to new materials. And the reason is, I think what Pat raised is really very important and legitimate, and I know that there's so much testing that needs to go into when we utilize new materials, that making sure that the board understands where are we in the investigation process versus the adaptation process, because frankly, for some of the grants we get, there will be limits to what we can and can't use based on how they're tested. And there are other, issues that we would think about where we would not want to use a new technology until it's been proven over a period of time. That is all to say only this, that as you report back, being able to dive into those would be really helpful, I think, in the future, because it really leverages the impact that you all will bring to other agencies as well. All right, so is that clear enough for everybody? We already took public comment, and we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you very, very much. We're going to go on to item 7.2, and this is which is a review of the staff response to the board referral regarding revisions to the policy on our transparency of contracts. The full description of this item is on the screen, and Nicole Chapman, our Director of Procurement, is going to present this item. And this is an information item. Yes.
Vice Chair Lopez, Directors. I'm Nicole Chapman, VTA's Director of Procurement. Through its board referral dated September 7, 2023, the Board of Directors directed staff to update the policies and procedures on transparency of contracts that balance transparency with safeguarding sensitive information that might affect negotiations or procurement requirements. In response to the board referral, staff drafted interim policies and procedures that would clearly identify what information would be provided to the board when staff presented contracts to the board for approval. First of all, they're interim policies and procedures because procurement department is currently working with a law firm to do a wholesale redevelopment and update of procurement policies, procedures, and requirements. First and foremost, the interim PMP will bring consistency to the information provided to the board when contracts come before the board for approval. Under the interim PMP, all contracts presented to the board will include a summary scope of work, total contract price, whether the contract was competitively procured, and that there is availability of funds for the contract. Also, for consistency, the interim PMP includes appropriate template language to use depending on the procurement method used for the contract. Depending on the procurement method, the information provided to the board will vary. Generally, the differences are between contracts arising out of an invitation for bids opposed to contracts arising out of RFPs or requests for proposals and RFQs, requests for qualifications. So what are the differences? So explained generally, and we're going to stay on this slide for a little while. So column 2, invitation for bids. Invitation for bids is where price is the only factor. We're looking for the lowest price, and the award is made to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Generally speaking, construction contracts tend to be IFB contracts. With IFB procurements, the bids are open publicly on the date the bids are due. And to the extent that the bids are open publicly, the bid prices, the itemized costs provided in the bid, names of bidders, number of bids received, all this information is public and will be provided to the board when presenting the IFP contract for approval. However, in the case of RFPs or requests for proposals, price is a factor but not the only factor. Qualifications and qualitative criteria are used to evaluate the proposals. What this means is that we are seeking proposals with innovations, different means and methods, and their approaches to assist VTA in addressing VTA's needs stated in the RFP. As such, it is best procurement practice, and in some jurisdictions it is law, not to disclose any contents of a proposal before the contract is executed. Finally, a quick review of requests for qualifications. That would be column 4. With RFQs, price cannot be a factor. Only qualifications can be used, and the proposals are ranked 1, 2, 3, et cetera. Then price is then negotiated with rank number 1. If that fails, then rank number 2, et cetera. Under the Federal Brooks Act, all A&E, which is architectural and engineering and A&E related professional services contracts, must be procured utilizing the request for qualifications method. Many or most of our BSV2 professional services contracts are deemed A&E related professional services contract, so must follow this procurement method. Again, only qualifications can be used, and selecting and ranking the proposal under this method, and price is negotiated only after the selection and ranking. Here also, it is best procurement practice not to disclose the contents of the proposal or the itemized details of the cost before the contract is executed. In both RFP and RFQ situations, the procurement process from receipt of proposals to contract execution is deemed a confidential procurement phase. During this phase, we don't disclose even the number of proposals received, because if there's a single offeror, we wouldn't want the single offeror to know that they are the only offeror. This would compromise VTA's leverage during negotiations. But at the same time, we understand the board's desire to view the contents of a contract presented to the board for approval. To that end, we will continue to confer with VTA legal and outside counsel on a method or methods that can best achieve this balance. And then the next 4 slides, they just show the templates for different types of contracts that will be included in future board memos for contracts coming before the board for approval. I also wanted to thank Director Jane for meeting with me one-on-one. In these templates, in our conversation, we talked about steps for higher transparency, and some of the methods that we discussed were including a more robust scope of work. For instance, with professional services contracts, to detail out the scope, the categories of work that are included in the contract. We also talked about including a hyperlink to the solicitation documents for the board for the contract, and also an attestation that staff has completed a cost analysis of the independent cost estimate and the contractor's cost proposal, and has made a determination on cost reasonableness. So these are I just wanted to show you, these are templates, proposed templates to be included in future board memos. And finally, next steps. Our next step is to implement this new process. Procurement department will message the new procedures starting immediately and aim for a soft rollout March and April. And we will make the necessary revisions after the soft rollout period and incorporate them into the new VTA policies and procedures. Thank you. And if there are any questions.
Thank you, Nicole. I'm going to first go to public comment, and I'm going to invite up Suds Jane. And if there are any other public speakers, this would be the time to make sure we have your cards. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate meeting with Nicole. It was a very good discussion. And I like the way that we're doing this, and I like that we're going to be doing an internal estimate. But in Santa Clara, when we have our council packets, we list the bidders and the bid amounts and then what the internal cost estimate was to see if we're above or below. So I know we're going to be doing them. Will those be publicly available? And then the second question is, I know you didn't want to release the number of proposers or the names of the proposers because if there's only one. But what if there is only one? What criteria do we use to go out and rebid if there's only one? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Suggs. I'm going to see if there are any other public comments. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comments. And Nicole, maybe I could turn to you to answer that question that Suggs raised.
The question of a single offeror, we first would do an analysis based on the independent cost estimate and the cost proposal, whether it is, it falls within the cost reasonableness. We have to make a determination. If it's not, then that would be one of the decision points of going out for a new procurement.
So any other comments from my colleagues on this, Otto?
Yeah, thank you so much. Especially in the situation of the sole source bidder, have we ever done any type of cost plus type contracts here in VTA?
We do have cost plus fixed fee contracts. Of course, cost plus percentage of cost is not allowed under federal and also best practices. But we do have cost plus fixed fee, and the theory on that is because the fee is fixed, in theory, it promotes efficiency because the longer they take, the more inefficient they are, then the fixed fee, their profit, reduces accordingly.
Yeah, where I was going at is the percentage cost plus. Having gone through Iraq and Afghanistan and see how expensive it got for the federal government and how ridiculous it was, just want to make sure that we don't have that type of practice. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments? I just have a couple. First, I want to say thank you for moving on this work. I think it's incredibly important. I thought the presentation you just did, especially relating to the different mechanisms of contracting, is enormously helpful. And frankly, one of the things that the staff should be thinking about is as contracts come up to make sure that we're identifying and maybe even leaving that in the board packet as a glossary when we're doing contract voting on contracts. I just think it's really helpful. There are two issues that I just wanted to raise for my colleagues. One is that I want to make sure that we're never voting on a contract that we're not able to look at when we're voting on it. That's really critical. And second, that there's a mechanism for ensuring that the board is alerted as bids go out, so that there's an understanding and an that the full process is an introduction and an action by the board that we're going to spend money in a particular way, and that it would describe the mechanism for contracting. And then when it comes back to us, again, that we can be transparent. In areas where we cannot be, my expectation would be that the board still has access because they're the confidential keepers of presumably of the fiscal health of the agency, and doing it in a way that is protective of our legal obligations. But that's really in the end when all of these systems come, I think being able to see the process clearly and then being able to have processes and procedures that allow for maximum transparency to the public and so that the board fully understands the what's before them. Colleagues, I do recognize that there are sometimes challenges relative to negotiations and other things, but even that can be described in a confidential format where appropriate if we work with counsel, obviously to make sure we're within the guidelines of legal parameters. So any other comments or questions? All right,
just a clarification. So did you say that this is online for the public? It will be online?
Are you asking about the report or
The
contracts in
transparency-
general?
Transparency in contracts,
So the presentation?
right.
Oh, yes.
It'll be online,
Yes.
okay.
Thank you. And I know this will come back to us with a final product very soon, so thank you for
Thank
that.
you.
There's no action needed by the board. We're going to go back to item 6.1, to our consent calendar. And item 6.1 was related to the changes in signups, and yeah, I think it's a sign-up process. And so Jay Tyree is prepared to answer questions about that that you would like to raise.
Yeah, no, just a quick question. Is there a bus line from Diridon Station to San Jose International or Maneta International?
To the airport?
Yeah.
No, the best way to do that would be, the best way to do that would be light rail up to the 60, and then the 60 makes a direct connection there. We have in the past explored, we have concepts for, I think 2016, we had a concept for a Route 11 that would go directly between downtown and the airport. At the time, it was not in our budget to expand service to implement that route, though.
How much did it cost then? What would have been the cost then?
I would have to go and look. I remember it was a 30-minute route, 30-minute frequency,
Right.
all day, 7 days a week. I want to say it was somewhere around $1 million, but again, I'd have to go look and see what the service
Right.
hours was.
And what year was that? I'm sorry.
That was 2016. It was part of the 2016-2017 Transit Service Plan. So the board adopted it as a concept, but in the service plan, we identified that there was a funding need to fund it to make it.
Okay. And it's probably going to be more, obviously, now that it's
It
almost
sure would.
9 years later. Yeah. Cool. All right. That was it.
Thank you.
I'll follow up, yeah,
Right.
offline.
And that's
Here?
an information item, so no
Here?
action.
Excuse me.
Oh.
Quick question follow-up on this. I'm so glad you asked that question. We still have that bus number, is it 10 that goes from the airport to the First Street?
So 10 was in the old network that in the next network plan that we implemented in December of 2019, we basically extended the 10 on both sides. So the 10 went down Winchester to Winchester Station and then out Brokaw to new parts of the county that didn't have service prior, and ends at the Milpitas BART station. So it's a one-seat ride between the airport, Milpitas BART, Winchester Station, and the Winchester corridor. So it's a really good performing route. It's a frequent route, 7 days a week, a Willie Ride service band, and it performs really well for us. So that's the new 10. The 60 is the new 10.
All right, but then I remember taking it a few times from the airport to First Street, and that was free. Is this still free?
So the boardings on the 60 at the airport are free. So when you board at the airport,
Right.
then you don't have to pay a fare. Everywhere else, it's a normal route, and you pay a fare.
Okay, thank you.
Omar?
No, I asked that question because, as you can imagine, we've received reports that our airport is just exploding. Right, downtown is coming back to life, and I know that we are ways away from a $1 billion project. The automated service that will be happening, and so I think it's very important that we start getting Diridon ready to be, I guess, the central station of the West Coast, and so that's why I asked that question, and I'll follow up offline with other questions because I think it's very important to make sure that we have the best public transportation possible for downtown. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was an informational item also. So we're going to go back to item 6.4, and this was pulled from consent at the G&A committee. And I'm going to ask if staff could give just a brief overview of what the item is, and just to acknowledge that one of the reasons it was pulled was that we're looking at new ways to improve governance, and so one of our colleagues wanted to make sure we were sunshining this for the full board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, this item is an attempt to improve the governance of VTA, and it's done so through an administrative matter where we make changes to VTA's administrative code. I do apologize that the paperwork on this took as long as it did. We seriously underestimated the amount of time it would take to go through the various permutations of who gets appointed to what and how. In sum, there are two different changes to the administrative code. The first of those would be to the Governance and Audit Committee, and that would be to add as a non-voting member, as an ex officio member, the chair of the VTA's BART Silicon Valley Committee. And the reason for that was to assure a smooth and continued conversation concerning that very important committee and the work of the Governance and Audit Committee. The second was relative to the Capital Program Committee. And one of the problems that we've encountered is that the original methodology was to have only board members and not alternates sit on that committee. And from a good governance perspective, that was challenging because not all of the city groups could always be represented. So we thought this gave the board the flexibility to make sure that on an important committee, such as the Capital Program Committee, that we would have people able to, elected officials associated with VTA, able to represent their area on that very important committee. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, and I'll just respond to the second recommendation. And as you all know, the ad hoc, I mean, not our Phase 2 Oversight Committee is continuing. As earlier, Pam asked a little bit about succession planning and what we were doing to make sure that everybody stayed informed. It was very important to me, as a new chair of the board, to make sure that the work of that committee was embedded closely into the G&A committee, and because the Auditor General staffs both committees, I wanted to make sure that we had the chair of that committee, Pat, able to participate in those meetings. If initially I thought we could just add him as an ex officio member and found out that we couldn't, and that it required an administrative code change so that he wouldn't be limited to speaking for 1 minute, but could be involved in more robust discussions. So that is what is before you all today. And I'll go to Marie.
Okay, I don't disagree with anything that either of you said. I mean, I think that this is, it's a necessary step that you're taking. The issue I would like to raise is the process of how this got to the board, because I am on G&A, and I myself did not see what this was about until yesterday. And so to see something that had been released on the VTA, on our board's agenda, and when you go to the packet, it was just a blank page, nothing was there. Knowing that I'm on G&A and it was under the section that G&A had already looked at this and was being recommended by G&A when G&A had not recommended anything because G&A had not even seen it yet. So to me, a process like that should be reserved solely for something that's urgent or some emergency thing, because otherwise I and no one else has a chance to process, to question, to look into and do their own due diligence. And none of us should just be following along as we're being, raced through something. And that's how this made me feel. And it's not that I'm saying there's anything necessarily wrong with what this says, but it shouldn't have been allowed to happen this way unless it's an emergency. It should have gone through G&A as it purports to have done on the VTA board's agenda first. And yes, now it did. And I understand that things often go from a G&A board meeting directly to the 1 hour later or half an hour later meeting. But this was something where I didn't feel as an elected official who is of a city that has no support staff, no employees, I don't have anyone else to look at things for me, to have gotten this just yesterday makes me uncomfortable. I should have had a chance to process what this was and look into it and question it and do whatever I felt I needed to do to be okay and not feel like I'm leaving something out. So that is why I'm not going to support it for that reason, because I just don't think it should have been handled this way, unless it was something of urgency. So, thank you.
And again, I'll repeat that I take personal responsibility for that, Marie. We seriously misunderestimated how long that it would take. We also felt that it was a good governance item that needed to be done as quickly as possible. And we do have the ongoing problem of, there are monthly meetings of this board, and there are not always monthly meetings of GNA. So we will frequently have items that go from one to the other. But your point is absolutely well taken, that you need the time to review these things and to make an informed decision. So again, I apologize, and I assure you that while I'm here, which is not a lot longer, it won't happen again.
Thank you. Any other comments or feedback? We had a speaker on the last item. James, I'm going to invite you up to speak if you would like to. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you, Jay.
And Chair, just quickly, I just had a question about process. Is there, I appreciate Mayor Blankley's point, is there an alternate process for adding something urgent that doesn't make it look like it came through a committee? Because I appreciate the point.
Yeah, and let me let James speak,
Sure.
and then I'll come right back to you.
I really like your January service changes. They're really nice. Yeah, I think the Route 71 being more frequent is very good, but now the other stuff. And I think you guys should put the 11 like to Dierdong, the San Jose Airport, just for 30 minutes or 15 minutes.
Thank you. Was that for this item? Let me ask the staff.
Yeah, so I didn't realize you had called for public comment.
No,
My
that's
apologies.
totally okay. That's absolutely okay. James, Jim, do you want to respond to the question?
Yeah, there is absolutely a process, Matt. But this would not have fallen into that process. It has to be something that was not known at the time that the issue came up in order to be timely posted. And this was certainly known. And again, as I've said, we did not do as good a job as we could have in order to put all of the detail together between the administrative code, understanding who needed to be where, making sure that the legal was comfortable with it. It just took way longer than we could have done it.
And I don't want to belabor it, but it seems to me either it's urgent and therefore we need to take it up even though it didn't make it through committee, or it's not, and there should be a way to agendize something that's urgent if it is urgent, or it should wait, right? So.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Let me just make one point about the committee. We actually did hear it at committee, and Member Blankley made sure we pulled it off. We had a discussion at committee, but the point she was making is still that getting material at the last minute, especially around something that's got an administrative code to it, can be of concern. The reason that I am still asking my colleagues to support it is, one, we did have it at committee. We are having the discussion now. But the CPC committee won't have a representative from a small city, and that's a concern. Like, we've got to get somebody, they've got to be able to attend that. And that's a concern of mine because we get a lot of feedback from the small cities, and I appreciate this, that the smaller cities often feel like they don't have staff and they don't have resources, and so we didn't want to leave them out. And then for me, we've had the third meeting of the ad hoc committee. I want to start agendizing the ad hoc, I know we're going to, the right name for it is the Phase 2 committee. I want to start integrating that in sooner rather than later into those GNA meetings. So that was my objective. So any other questions? Yes.
Thank you.
Comments?
I do agree with, having the representation of the smaller cities as well. I'm just wondering, and since I'm still feeling new, does this create a precedent for other committees?
No, it does not. Okay. Any changes to the current committee structure would have to be approved by the board of directors.
Okay. But also could you just explain what's unique about CPC relative to how it's populated?
Yeah, the standing committees that you sit on are required to have a breakdown of representation from the city of San Jose, the county, and the small cities representatives, because for example, if we had the Administration and Finance Committee with all members of San Jose on it, that might not be the best governance model that we wanted to follow.
No, I get that.
Yeah, so there are requirements to try to make sure that we are covering as much of the county as we can. And in order to do that, with the 12 members that we have that are named members sometimes causes us a problem, since we've gone beyond the 3 original standing committees that were envisioned when VTA was set up.
I see.
So I just want to add one. On the CPC, it's the only standing committee that we have that actually is 6 representatives, 1 from each city grouping. So because it's 1 from each city grouping, right, we cannot, if one city member cannot make that meeting, that means they will never have representation on it. So that's why we're allowing the alternates on there, so that the smaller cities, or even San Jose, there could be somebody who can attend. And that's the reason why I think for CPC it's so critical that we don't lose that. And we don't have that situation in any other standing committee.
Well, I guess that's what I was sort of asking, because if it's not unique in its composition, and, you start allowing alternates to be on other committees, then, we may as well all be on the board, So I just, having that distinguishing factor is important. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And I'll just say, colleagues, I also apologize for something that feels rushed. It really is, focused on just frankly improving our health and communication. One last thing I just wanted to say, I did think, and I am just going to really encourage all of our alternates to come to these meetings and, because, and I really appreciate those of you that do, because, whenever someone's missing, you're in the middle of a debate, and if you haven't been to the meetings, it's really hard to catch up. So we're just going to keep encouraging our alternates to be present. So thank you. I see you both out there. All right. So with that, I'm going to ask for a motion. Did I ask for a motion already? No. May I get a motion? Dev, a motion from Dev, a second? A second from Lee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any abstentions? Any opposed? Opposed. All right, thank you. All right, thank you all very, very much for that. We're now moving to item 8.1, and this is items of concern and referral. Are there any referrals from my colleagues? All eyes on you, Omar.
Yes. Good evening. I am submitting a referral. I'm sure my colleagues have received it. And I just want to thank Chair Chavez, members Kamei, Davis, and Jane for your input. And ensuring that we have a plan for our small businesses is vital. As I saw firsthand when working for Councilmember Carrasco, the devastation that occurred along the Allen Rock corridor when BRT came in. I saw many businesses along the corridor for years shut down because of the lack of planning, support, and outreach to these businesses. It is important that history does not repeat itself, especially as downtown San Jose's vibrancy is bouncing back. It is important that we as a board have an understanding as well as what went wrong and what lessons have been learned to ensure this does not occur again. I want to ensure that businesses that will be impacted with the construction of BART have the financial support to stay in business. This is a $12 billion project that has already been scrutinized, and it is imperative that we are holding ourselves accountable to our local small businesses. I want to ensure to them that this board is an advocate for our small businesses. VTA needs to do extensive outreach and have a planned program in place for our small businesses and organizations that support these small businesses if there is a disruption. In this referral, we listed some organizations that should be included in this conversation. This behooves us not to just have one discussion about small business programming and funding, but that we are updated monthly to ensure that we are holding ourselves accountable when it comes to potential disruption. I know myself and many of our colleagues have an eye on this. So thank you, and I motion to support this referral.
Rosemary gets that. All right. So we have a motion and a second. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none? We've seen
We do
some.
have two
Okay.
on Zoom. The first is SJDA. You may begin speaking when ready. SJDA, you may begin speaking when ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
No, you can. Thank you. I am Alex Satinsky. I'm the CEO of the San Jose Downtown Association. I'm calling in this evening to express support for the referral from board members Torres, Chavez, Kamei, Davis, and Jane. The Downtown Association has been a longtime supporter of the BART project and will continue to support it at this crucial juncture as we move into the construction phase of the transformative project it is. Our primary concern will be the well-being of the businesses along the corridor. We ask the VTA board to ensure that they are utilizing the resources of existing entrenched resources of stakeholders like us to communicate with the small business community. And most importantly, we need to make sure we are providing adequate resources for those impacted by construction. Thank you for your time and efforts, and I want to reiterate that we are in support of the referral. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Waskar. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Waskar Castro, Director of Housing and Transportation Justice at Working Partnerships USA, and we are voicing our support for this referral before you all tonight. Working Partnerships has been a longstanding supporter of this project, recognizing the immense value in both furthering the South Bay's transportation ecosystem and the opportunity to connect the downtown San Jose corridor to the rest of the region through the extension of BART. We would like to commend the leadership of the authors of this referral for their thoughtful recommendations and for looking to advocate for a mindful and robust process that will ensure that our small business community will be taken into account as the project moves towards construction. Again, we're proud to voice our support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That completes public comment.
All right, we'll close the public comment. And as I was reminded, we do not need actions, votes on referrals. But I think there's a lot of enthusiasm, and I know the staff is frankly, this was a project they were working on that I think is being shaped by this input. So thank you all very much. Any comments or questions on that item? Seeing none, are there any other referrals? No. Okay, so I'm going to go then to report out on some of our older referrals. I'm going to have Carolyn just weigh in on. Well, it's in your packet. Do you want me to just? Yeah, it's just. Okay, so there's a written report out about the employee respite work that's being done and the making naloxone available for. In our different facilities. And so they've done some really good work on all of that, and that's in your packet under 8.1. Under 8.2, any announcements from colleagues? I just have one, and that is on March 23rd, we're doing the Women's Summit, and I now know we have a Women in Transportation crew that we need to make sure are invited. That is very exciting. So we're moving on then to public comment, and we had a couple folks that we missed earlier, so we're going to invite up public comment from Jordan. Welcome.
Jordan Moldow from San Jose. You might already be working on this, but if not, I'd encourage VTA to begin looking at implementation of cameras on the front of the bus system for the purpose of detecting cars that might be blocking BRT lanes and potentially bike lanes if that's allowed as well. I think that'll be increasingly important over the years, especially in San Jose. There's a very early stage project, the King Road Complete Street project, where they have very early preliminary designs that are currently calling for a part-time bus lane, parking lane. And I think with that kind of approach, if it's going to be at all successful, it would need very strong automated enforcement of cars parking in the lane during the bus lane hours. Also, I'd like to encourage considering adding a route that just loops between the airport and the First Street light rail. I think that would be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that ends our public comment. We're now going to move to item. Oh, thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Thanks,
Lillian, you may begin speaking when ready.
Yes, public comment meeting, I'm going to remark on something that was said earlier, if that's okay. Students need to understand how to connect with buses, BART, and light rail. We have quite a few parents that take our kids to school in cars. Now, I remember when I was going to school, this is back at Prospect and Country Lane Elementary, my parents made us walk or take a bike. The only time they drove us was when it rained. And I think students today are so used to that that they might call Uber, they might be able to call some of the other ride-sharing programs, and maybe forget that we have all these wonderful other forms of transportation. So in order to incorporate that information, it'd be good or behoove the students and the schools and the districts and VTA to public announcements and how to connect to all those services. Because when these young people get older and they go to school or college and they no longer have a valid form of transportation such as being driven to school, they're going to be relying more on the VTA, and they may not understand how to connect. So that public information is behooved for the Board of Supervisors to look into. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We're now going to go to closed session, and the board will hear items 9.1A, 9.1B, and 9.1C. The description of the items is noted on the screen. Are there any members of the public who would like to address the board on our closed session items? Seeing none, we're going to close the closed session item. I anticipate we will be in closed session for about 2 hours, and we will be going, colleagues, to room 157. This one. Okay, see you over there.
Recording stopped.
So she'll, yes, yeah, for 9.1.
Yes.
Recording in progress.
I have four. I have four. Davis, Torres, Kamei, Burt.
One, two, three, four, five, six,
Six,
seven. We got seven.
That's seven.
He's like, seven.
Let me give her this. Okay. That's light.
So we're starting now?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you all very much. We have just completed closed session, and we have nothing to report on my item. You have to, you're not on. I reported out for
1B.
9.1B.
This is Evelyn Tran, the General Counsel. I'm reporting out for 9.1A and 9.1C. The board did not take any reportable actions in closed session on those two items.
Recording stopped.